Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifica Games channel, and today we're going to begin a playthrough of The Witness. Now, I know very little about this game. As usual, I've played about the first 5 minutes or so while testing. One interesting thing is that the game apparently doesn't have any volume settings, as mad as that sounds. No volume settings. I've looked and looked and looked. It just seems to be a thing about this game. Well, there are ways that as part of the streaming I can turn the game up or down, but the other thing to bear in mind is that when I was doing testing of the loudness of the game, this perhaps is the first game I've ever played on stream which appears at first to be quiet enough that I don't need to adjust its volume either. But those two things together mean that the game is currently being played at its normal volume, and if that turns out to be too loud at any point, then I'll probably have to take a moment to turn the game down in OBS. Anyway, other than not being a fan of that, I mean, it seems to be a puzzle game. I understand it's quite well received if you look up reviews online. So let's get into it. Doing that backwards. So, we come out of the tunnels, no explanation for what we were doing in there, and we find ourselves in a rather beautiful garden. That's going to take a little getting used to. Because this is a first-person game, I'm playing it with normal FPS controls with the keyboard and mouse, and I am just so used to the spacebar being jump that I just keep clicking it, keep pressing it unnecessarily, which in this game causes this to happen. This obviously causes your screen to be fixed in place and makes it easier for you to interact with various objects in the environment. So I have managed to make it through this doorway before, this force field. I'm not sure what it is. When I was testing, and I had quite a walkabout outside to try and find anything that would be particularly noisy, because up to this point I haven't even heard a single person speak in game, assuming there is any speech. That's part of the reason why I was having so much trouble calibrating the sound, because with most games there's... hold on, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to get there. With most games, it works best to, well, for obvious reasons, to calibrate the volume based on a section of the game which is... oh, that's interesting. They mustn't get much rain here. On a part of the game which is typically noisy, if that makes sense, even though that sounds like a contradiction in terms. So when people are talking and there's music in the background for a lot of games is a good example of that. But I haven't managed to find any of that in this game yet, which is why, as I say, the volume is currently... hasn't been calibrated in any way. What else do I need to do? Keep following these, I suppose. These power leads. Oh, that was it. There's a defined order in which you have to do some of them, at least. Because as you can see, some of these puzzles power other puzzle parts. I suppose that's to ensure that the player encounters them, the puzzles that is, in an order roughly of increasing difficulty. No idea what these puzzles are supposed to represent, though. That hasn't really been explained. There are just these touch screens scattered about. Let's see, there should be one more lead left. Yes, that does go over here. I wonder what those plants are. Oh, I don't have any zoom in this game, do I? I mean, the petal structure looks vaguely like lavender, but the overall shape of the plant is very different. And that just looks like a low-res rendering of any old blooming flower, like a rose, for example, although obviously, I don't know, there might be roses that are that colour, but that isn't a colour you typically think of with roses. Right. Oh, have I done this wrong? Perhaps so. Oh, I see. I think. There we go. Right. And now we should be able to get through here. That presumably came up. Oh, I did it again. I tried to jump. There's no jumping in this game. Oh, thank you, Jenny. I'm not sure it was that difficult, though. And here you can see the world really opens up. Interesting. This looks like a puzzle of a very different nature. I'm not sure what I'm trying to achieve here. It's the only thing. Oh, that perhaps? Oh no, the game wasn't happy with that. Why isn't it happy with that? What is the point of differentiation, which means that it's either happy or unhappy? Maybe there's an order I'm supposed to do them in? How strange. Oh. Is that what it wants? No. Hold on, so there's 4 sources and 3 sinks that we know about. Is there some other way we can interact with this puzzle? It's not clear what the black hexagons are about. What their, what function they serve. No, so I'm not supposed to be covering them all up. What happens if I create a loop? Oh, I'm not allowed. No, I'm not allowed. And this puzzle is, of course, in black and white. Perhaps we'll come back there at some point. There is part of me that wants to just solve this, but I don't know that it is soluble at present. It may be that I'm supposed to acquire something. I'm also not sure what to make of the fact that the line goes black. Is that in some way supposed to cause me to see a correspondence between it and the black spots on these squares and the black hexagons? Or is that just a colour they chose? Well, like I say, we may come back there at some point. Oh, we can probably... We can get to the top of this hill. Very nice. Interesting. Ooh. So we can make it up to the parapets, it would seem. Interesting. That looks like an electronic device there. Can I interact with it?
Through many births, I have wandered on and on, searching for, but never finding, the builder of this house.
Interesting. Also, aren't there supposed to be subtitles? Subtitles got turned off somehow. Obviously I wasn't taking measurements of loudness, but that didn't sound too egregiously loud to me. Perhaps when I listen to the VOD I'll be able to make a better judgment. Interesting place anyway. So we could have sent power through here, that is, onto that cable through that arrow slit. Yeah, that does look like an arrow slit, doesn't it? I've forgotten the proper name. I should remember, but I don't. I wonder, if I were to go down there and reroute the power now... Oh, I can't fall. If I walk straight forward, the game stops me. What if I run? Yep, even if I run. That's good to know. I'm just wondering, if I were to reroute the power now, would the force field come back up? Or because I've solved that puzzle, would it stay down? This does look a lot like a castle, doesn't it? But more of a naval fort. As if in late medieval times this had been built to try and see off ships trying to come into that harbour, I would guess. Not that it's much of a harbour. Right, so where does the power go after it comes out of that arrow slit? Round here, here. So I wonder if the door would open. Right, let's go back and investigate that. If we go back inside the main entrance, and we reroute the power, do we lose the ability to leave through the main entrance? Yes. Is this the one? Must be. No. Is that not the one? That's not the one. It's this one. Yes. Oh, am I not allowed to change it? Oh, I can change it. That's interesting. Right. It was round this way, wasn't it? Now, question is, have I lost my ability to leave? I have not. Interesting. Ah, so these panels, they were just preventing me from interacting with parts of the display. They weren't in any way interfering with the display. So things that I've already set up stay set up. That looks like it's going to be an important mechanic, I'd suggest. Okie dokie. Presumably the same is not true of this door. I'm guessing that if I turned the power off now, the door would shut. Very nice. Although, I'm yet to see the point of that. Ah, this is the point. Brings us here. Okie doke. Okay, so here we have a puzzle more similar to the black and white one we found before. So, an important question then. Well, the important question is, what is it expecting of us? I'm wondering if it's looking for a solution that goes through every single point, but I could be wrong. I'm also wondering if such a solution even exists. That's a good start. But then we get a bit stuck here. Because if I go up here, then of course I end up over here. Oh, and I should point out, I learnt whilst testing the game out before the stream that the beam isn't allowed to cross itself. There's collision. It's completely stopped. So if I were to go this way, then I couldn't finish for obvious reasons, because I'd be blocking my way to the sink, the point we're trying to reach. But if I go this way, then I have no way back here. So that's no good. Okay, what other strategies could we take? How would I even get that point? The only way I could get that point and get to the exit is if this is the path I was taking right at the end. So that path has to stay open and free. But how could I also get that point then? How could I have this point and that point, and yet still have a path to the end? I don't think I could, so maybe that's proof that I was wrong. That I'm not expected to pass through every point. So the fundamental issue is, I need to be able to get to this point to finish. To do that, in doing so, I also need a path to the finish. here. That implies that I have to come this way and go up, since going this way is no good. But then how can I reach this point without also blocking the path? I could go this way, for example, but then once I reach this point, how do I then not block the path? I suppose... But then I've blocked all routes up this way. Yeah, it doesn't work. Alright. What else could it be? If it's not that the game expects me to pass through every point, what is it looking for? I could get most points, to be fair. I think it's possible to do better than that. There, that's slightly better. Oh, that's how I do it. That's how I would pass for every point. Somehow I missed that possibility. Oh, and that is what the game wanted. Ooh. Interesting. Strange. Just a panel on the ground that I can't seem to interact with. Right, let's try this one then. So that's the start, that's the finish. Ooh, I see what they've done here. That's annoying. I'm guessing if I go the other way, I run into the exact same problem. Indeed, I do. Oh, the more I look at this, the more I get the optical illusion of having large areas of one colour with dots of another in the corners. I keep seeing green dots in the middle of the black hexagons, even though they're not there. Okay, what else could we try? Something like this, perhaps? No. Ah, they've scuppered me. That almost looked like it could be a solution for a second. Nearly. Right, what was the trick I just did there too? So I was trying to fill in the right hand side other than the top row. I see. I sort of leave myself room at the bottom to pass the beam through later. I think it stands to reason that I'm probably coming from... No, actually, is that true? I was about to say that I must be coming... that the end... The final sequence probably involves coming across here. But I suppose that's not necessarily true. Alright. Let's think about this for a moment. I mean, the only two constraints are I'm not allowed to pass a line through there or a line through there. Aside from the obvious that I'm not allowed to have the beam cross itself. That implies I'm probably doing more... I probably want to do more sweeping left to right than up and down. And at the very least, I don't want to have to go up or down in this column specifically. So if I left room for myself here... Yeah, I'd still get stuck. Hello, Frodegill. It's lovely to meet you. I hope I'm not butchering your name too much. Almost as if those gaps are placed there deliberately. Indeed. It's kind of awkward starting in the middle like this as well, which of course is also deliberate. Because it means to an extent I have to tackle each side independently. Well, what are the possibilities? I'm probably either sweeping across the top row at the end or the rightmost column. This column must be swept along its rows because we can't go down the column itself. So we probably are looking at row sweeping. And then I'm already stuck. So... as I say, we're probably doing more sweeping across rows and columns. What else can we say? The thing is, that only really works if you leave yourself... If you're starting in the middle, that only really works if you leave yourself room like that to make your way back. If I tried to sweep all the way across here, then you get yourself stuck, like so. So you have to allow room for yourself. That's true. Whichever way I'm coming from, either from the top row or the rightmost column, I am going to want to take out the other corner. So either this corner or that corner. So if I was sweeping along the top, I'd want to make sure that one's covered. But then I'm stuck at this point, no matter which way I go. I run into trouble. Hello, Pengy. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. I suppose I could divide this up into quadrants. Split about the centre point, because that's where we start. Is that a useful way to analyse things? I wonder. If so, I probably want to do this quadrant last. Right, that's one quadrant done. But then it's exceedingly difficult to do this next quadrant. In fact, I think it's impossible. It is. So what is it that defines a path that that is unsolvable? You've reached the point where you're bound to be stuck, like here. I mean, having no way out by definition, but... Is there some more straightforward way I could spot this earlier? So I could avoid possible solutions which are impossible. That's a contradiction, isn't it? So I could avoid impossible attempts at a solution. All of them should be solvable. No, but I mean, I'm thinking about, as I'm trying to solve this, going through it step by step, is there a way I should be able to spot that something like this would have happened, where you get stuck before I'd reached that far? Obviously, if I go back this far, then I'm no longer stuck. But then you end up with another problem, that there's a bunch of points that I can't reach. So you have to go back at least this far. In fact, I think you have to go back this far before it's even possible that there could be a solution. that takes a beam along this path. So at the point that you've reached, by the point you've reached here, it can't be done. By the point you've reached here, it can't be done. Right, how would I know that? How would I be able to just quickly spot can't be done? I'm sort of enclosing part of the puzzle on 3 sides. So if the points I'm supposed to be, the corner pieces that I'm trying to go over, if those are cells, I'm enclosing a cell on 3 sides, so it can't be done. Does that mean, if it was 2 cells though, presumably I could, because I could go up here and come back out. But if it was 3, presumably I couldn't. So perhaps it's once you enclose... No, it can't be as simple as when you enclose an odd number of cells, because now I'm enclosing an even number of cells and it still can't be done. It's not the number of cells, it's the number of columns. If it's a column that's not... If the direction in which you have some freedom is horizontal, then it's a number of columns enclosed. If the direction that you have freedom on is vertical, then it's going to be the number of rows. I think if it's odd, you're in trouble. If it's even, you're not. So that's not enclosing. So it's possible there's a solution that follows this pattern at least this far. But what about here? By this point, there is no solution, but that's only because of the path here that I cannot take. And that's also not solvable. For the same reason. Well, I'm sort of enclosing this on 3 sides, if you include the sides that the game has added, that has provided, this side and that side. That's interesting. So at the start, no cell is enclosed on more than 2 sides. So like the corner piece here is enclosed on 2 sides, you can't go left from it and you can't go up. But not on any other side. If I were to do that, it's enclosed on 3 sides. But there is a solution. So that implies my analysis before wasn't correct, I think. No, because the direction in which there's movement is vertical, so it would be the number of rows I'm interested in. No, that's right, it's a number of rows. There's an odd number of rows, and yet there is a solution. Okay, so I think the analysis I was doing before isn't valid. So what was the problem before? If we get this far, what is it about this pattern that means it's not solvable? And why is that different to this? Well, I suppose it's because in this case I need to go back on myself to be able to get to that point and then continue. Whereas in this case I don't need to go back on myself because I can just keep going in the same direction. Usefully. Hmm. That's because it's not actually enclosed. Because at this point, I can travel into it horizontally and then out of it... Sorry, I can travel into it vertically, then out of it horizontally. Whereas in this case, I'd have to travel into it vertically and out of it vertically, which is impossible. So those aren't analogous examples. Now, because I'm in the centre here, whichever direction I travel in, I'm going to be bisecting part of the puzzle, and the part that I bisect is going to have an even number of cells on either side. I think the problem might be cutting off my options this way or that way. Because to be able to do a sweep up on the left hand side, at some point I'm going to have to go through one of the areas that's blocked off. So that implies that the solution must involve not cutting off my options in that way. But then what do I do here? I can't help but cut off my options. I suppose I could go this way and then cut back over here, but then I'm going to get stuck here. There must be a better way to do it. So what I'm trying to do is find a way to reduce the possibility space from the start. For example, being able to tell, is that a right move or a wrong move? What if I look at this the other way round from the end? That's where you run into a problem, because no matter what, I'm going to have started there. I probably wouldn't be taking such an analytical approach if it weren't for the fact that I'm guessing that we're going to be encountering a lot of this type of puzzle in the game. I like how a simple puzzle mechanic can bring so much extra thinking to solve it. Well, I suspect a lot of thinking went into making it. The fact that these two, the fact that they've removed these two edges, I don't think is accidental. I think they knew exactly what they were doing. Yeah, that's not solvable now, is it? In my opinion, Jonathan Blow is a brilliant person when it comes to game design. Also made the game Braid. We played that recently, didn't we? That was the platformer with the time travel mechanics. Was quite a good game. I seem to remember it being a little bit I seem to remember it feeling a little bit incomplete though, as if it was more of a proof of concept. Not that it wasn't well put together in terms of nice art, nice sound, etc. But I seem to remember each area having a distinct mechanic that then wasn't reused and that sort of thing. And what am I thinking? I don't know. I just seem to remember, maybe misremembering. I think it was like at the end of the game that I was thinking to myself, "Oh, so we finished then," which, you know, you expect something more definite. But perhaps I'm wrong. Right, seriously, how are we going to how can we usefully analyze this puzzle? Unfortunately, it's probably just going to turn into network algorithms, isn't it? Like Dijkstra's algorithm, that sort of thing. I know that's to solve something completely different, but I mean, that's probably the correct approach to analysing these, even though that's a bit long-winded and boring. Yeah, the end of the game, I think, I remember, was maybe a bit odd, but what I like is how it thinks outside the box and plays with what many take for granted in actually a simple way. That's true. Well, this is frustrating, because I can't see a way to get from the start and think it, and reliably be able to tell if this is a right move or wrong move, if that's a right move or wrong move, etc. There's 4 options, but the same's true from the end. There's only 2 options, but I can't see a quick way to just determine to restrict the possibility space. Or even to reduce to break the puzzle down into smaller parts. I think that is what I'm finding so overwhelming about this puzzle. It's the fact that I don't really have a way to break it down. I can't solve it in pieces. And that's what leads to me just guessing overall solutions. So if I were going to break this down topographically, I'd have to think about useful shapes. Supposing I took these 4 cells, there's only 2 ways to solve that. I either come in this way and come out that way, or I come in this way and I come out that way. Well, I mean, I could go down from here, but my point is I have to take a U-shaped turn around here. But that's only if I break it down, because how do I know that I'm not supposed to do something more like that? Which has me leaving this area and then rejoining it. I take it I am expected to, yeah, I almost certainly am expected to cover all of them. Not just a suitable number. What about this column? This column... How many times must I enter this column? Is it 3? So that counts as entering it, that counts as entering it. That counts as entering it. Yes, I think every break in the column means that I have to enter it an additional time. So I know I must be going through this column. Well, like I say, I must be entering it at least 3 times. That's the minimum number of times. What does that tell me, if anything? Well, I've said this before, but it implies I'm sweeping left to right more than I'm going up and down, but... I could be entering from the left or the right, but obviously it implies I'm doing a lot of horizontal movement in the adjacent columns as well. Whereas these ones I could probably do more vertically, if I needed to. Well, this is impossible to solve now, isn't it? How did we get into an impossible position so quickly? Here's a thought. Can I solve it? Oops. Can I solve it from the inside out? Like so. No, because I get here and I'm a bit stuck. If I go the other way? I mean, that worked, but I still don't think like... I feel like I have a good theory of solving these. Oh, is that just a shortcut I've opened up? That was not the solution I was thinking about, but fair enough. I did it again. I tried to jump. Can't jump in this game. Yes, I think that just goes back round to where I started. Indeed. There was another one about here, wasn't there? Not that far along, I don't think. Or was it? We encountered it when we left here the first time. So we probably went up here, there. Oh, this is getting a lot more complex. I'm not going to attempt that until I've have more experience solving them. So one thing it would be nice to know is what was the point in that? Why was... I did it again. Why was opening that door useful? I think I had mixed feelings about the art style of this game when starting it, but I really like it. Yeah, I quite like the art style. The only thing I'd say about it, and I suppose this isn't really a criticism so much as an observation, is I think it creates the illusion of being a lot more detailed than it is. When you look at a scene like that, well, I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? But then when you actually get up close to things like this tree over here, which is going to be the same as those trees over there, it's actually really not very detailed at all. And quite blurred, I think. So it has this effect where everything looks very nice if you're looking at it from far away. Right, I have absolutely no idea what the point in opening those doors up was. Perhaps it'll become apparent later on. It doesn't even let us in and out of the fort in a different way, so it's not like that was so that we could do something that would close the force field and then we could still get out. Very strange. Oh well, let's keep looking. Okay. Interesting. Why didn't it like that? I'm trying to figure out what the rule was there. What rule it was I befouled when I tried to take the L. Could it be counting up the number of sides of the path I create which are adjacent to a colour and then it wants them to balance? So taking the L, we end up with one white there, one white there, one black there, and so they aren't balanced. But if I go this way, we get one white and one black, one black. Okay, how would we test that? So that's one white, that's two white, one black, two white, two black, so that would work. That's one white, that's one white, that's one black, that's one black. So either of those should work. What wouldn't work? What about that? That's one white, two white, one black. Two black, two white. Then we go up to 4 black, 2 white, 5 black, 2 white, 6 black, 2 white. So this shouldn't work. But it does work. That's not the rule then. Huh. What didn't it like? Can I go back and change these? I can. So it really doesn't like that. Hello, Addy Morale. It's lovely to see you. Enjoying the game? I suppose. I'm still, it's been very thought-provoking so far. I'm still at a stage where I'm trying to figure the game out. Can I see in advance if this is going to work? No, it doesn't tell me, does it? So it doesn't mind that, but presumably it will mind that. Why? Is it insisting that there's a line that divides every... Okay, I think it's insisting that a line divides white from black. So presumably this is not a solution, but this is a solution. Yes. Okay. Okay, this is getting more interesting. Ah, I need to come through here. How would I come from here through 2 directions? That doesn't seem possible. Ended up missing your Star World run on Talos DLC, unfortunately. Sorry, I think I've forgotten. Star World Run? It is a bit more abstract thinking than the previous you have been playing through for sure. Abstract thinking, I suppose. It feels... Oh, that's how I do it, of course. There's a lot more to it. A lot more that isn't... A lot more that the player has to work out for themselves, I think. Yeah, like the very last puzzles on the road to Gehenna. Oh, right. Oh, the secret worlds, I take it you mean. The one that there was a secret island which allowed me to get the stars I needed to release admin. That's a shame. If the VODs are no longer available on Twitch, they will be available on YouTube, although I do appreciate that it's not quite the same as seeing a stream live. That was it, because the white one... Oh, I did it wrong. Why are those ones unhappy? That was strange. So go around this way, go around this way. All whites are isolated from... Oh no, they're not. Oh, it's not just that I need to have a line dividing adjacent whites from blacks. They have to be completely segregated. Like so, I think. Nope. Oh, because of there. Nope, the game's not going to like that. Okay. To be honest, I don't think I'm not sure the secret island in Road to Gehenna was actually all that interesting content to watch, because I got stuck on several of the puzzles for much longer than I should have done. That's expected, I think. Nope, that's not going to work. Is there anywhere I can say there has to be a line? There has to be a line there because those two are adjacent. There has to be a line there because those two are adjacent. It doesn't mean that I produce those lines immediately though, although in this case I think it must. What else? There has to be some here. There has to be a line on this, in this section and this section. Which implies I create a U shape like that. But then I can't create the lines down here that I need. Maybe the trick is I need to approach it from the other side, like so. No, because then I've blocked off my exit. Then I've no way to create that line there. I think that has to be the start. Unless I go around this way, but then I block off my exit as I say. This is possible. No, it's not, because then I can't do that. I think the start has to be this. I don't know, because then how do I continue from here? Has to be a line here, has to be a line here, has to be a line here, has to be a line here. Doesn't need to be a line here. That line could be here. So that. Oh, got there in the end. Don't know why I did that. Just seemed like a thing to do. Try to jump again. I hit it just as I accidentally paused the stream. Indeed. It occurred to me that I didn't need a line there. I could have a line there, and then it just sort of happened. It fell into place. What am I doing? Suppose I should follow the path for now? Interesting. I'm trying to figure out what's happened here. Why there's grass here, but it's so sparsely growing. Because I don't think that's what you normally see for a well-trodden path. You'd usually have bits of the path that are completely bare and bits that still have grass clinging on. To have an even but sparse covering like this is a bit weird. Okay, no way in there yet. Ooh. Okay, so there's presumably a puzzle inside that building that lets me open up that gate. Can I interact with this? Oh, I can. Woo! That was fancy. Okay. Interesting. I take it, yeah, they can't touch each other. That wasn't too bad. This puzzle actually is nowhere near as difficult as you'd think, because you can do it by trial and error. There's so many possibilities that have been... Because you're effectively being restricted both by where the brakes on the left side and the brakes on the right side, it just doesn't take long to discover the correct path. You're not overwhelmed with possibilities like I have been. With a lot of the puzzles so far, you can just feel your way through. Now this gets more interesting. Whoa. Okay. No real explanation for what's going on here yet. Why there are all these puzzles that need to be solved to bring power to different places. Where did I go wrong? There must have been another point where I had two choices. Oh, I see. That was rather silly of me. Where's the puzzle for this one? Here. Interesting. Whoa. I don't like that. Right, now we can probably head back to the gate, which is presumably open now. No, I've just created a puzzle. Okay. Ah. Necessarily, that must be my first move, because there's no other way I could pass over that hexagon. I do have choices from this point. How am I going to encompass both of those? I think I'd have to approach it from a different side and then circle it with a U shape. But if I were to do that... Ah, like that. Hello Orion, it's lovely to see you. Am I right? Yeah, I can't. I'm not supposed to cross. The, oh, what are they called? The panels there. Which makes this seem impossible. I wonder, is there a way I'm supposed to be able to open those? Okie doke. Okie doke. So far mixed feelings. Trying to think why. There we go. I suppose I'm having more difficulty than I usually do trying to solve the problems analytically, and that's a bit frustrating. So I probably need to match the colours here. Well, I'm making my way through these puzzles, but it's largely by just trying things and then seeing what works, as opposed to actually understanding the problem at a deep level, if that makes sense. Oh, he didn't like that. That's a bit strange. What is it that it's looking for here that I'm not doing? I mean, I realise there's twice as many exits as we need, But I can only ever be connected up to one at a time anyway. And just beeping at me and going red isn't telling me much. Oh, I must have crossed one that I wasn't supposed to. Okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah, there's one over there that I missed. Oh, that's strange. How can I not go wrong? You'll get it eventually. One of the nice things about the game is it doesn't tell you exactly the rules. You learn them as you go. It's a lot of fun to figure out. That said, in the moment, particularly early, that can feel overwhelming. I see what you mean, but I think the puzzles that you're taking a bit longer than normal are the ones you're thinking about analytically. Yes. Maybe I don't have to match up the colours. No, I do. One of each? Nope. Yeah, the ones I'm thinking about analytically are definitely taking me longer, but I don't know, it's just annoying to get something right but not really know why you're right, if that makes sense. I'm definitely missing something here. How can I avoid having the cyan beam cross the yellow and at the same time stop the yellow beam from crossing the cyan? Unless I'm not expected to do that, in which case what am I expected to do? I mean, it's absolutely impossible for me to not cross it, isn't it? Unless there's a mechanic here I'm not aware of. Oh. The first one I touch changes the colour. Ah, okay. That's important. So what about the black? It probably wants me to cross the blacks, but only with the right... Oh, but with either colour, I would guess. Hold on. This one definitely needs to go here. So that. Hold on. I've gone wrong there. I mean, this is a good example of what I'm finding frustrating. I don't really understand the problem. I'm just trying things. I think part of understanding the problem is trying things. Well, if you're being analytical, I'd agree. Identifying the problem is certainly the start to finding a solution. One skill you'll want to try to develop is seeing when your solution is not right, but identifying it. If a small change may get you there, if you need to totally start from scratch. Yeah. This is an annoying bit. I'm being pulled in two directions, aren't I? That probably means that I'm not supposed to take that path. If I've got the sides correct, it seems more likely that yellow is supposed to cross that one than cyan. But then I get stuck here. There we go, got there in the end. That's not the next one. Did I skip one? This goes round here. Then where does it go? That's the one we've just solved. No. Maybe I did skip one. What's going to be the fastest way back up? Round here. Ah, this is the next one. Then there's no way back, is there? Yellow has to pass through there and has to pass through there. Right. But then how do we get cyan back? Hold on, this is symmetric. So we need to... Oh, that's interesting. These aren't on edges, these are on vertices. So I can actually choose the direction at which I travel over these. Where are there... So I need to travel through here. And I need to travel through here. So here and here are mandatory. That makes more sense. Oh, but hold on. I then can't get back for the other cyans. And then I have no way to finish. Perhaps we'll come back here. So, I wanted to see if I could go in the water. I cannot go in the water. Interesting. I don't have any sort of map in this game either, do I? I do like this though, what they've done with the terrain here, the way it pinches in very narrow and then opens out, and they've used that to separate two biomes, because this looks very different to this. And obviously they've also changed the background sounds, the environmental sounds, to mark the transition as well. Interesting. Right, how could I have known that? I just had to try them all. Well, that was strange. Which one was it? Was it this one? Redo the first one, yeah. It can't be expecting me to use trial and error, can it? That would be ridiculous. Puzzles turn off if the game wants to remind you brute force is never the intended solution. I see. I don't see how this is doable without me having been told what the solution is. Yeah. My best guess is that at some point I get shown the solution to that pictorially. You've been told I'd go back if I were you. Oh, okay. Let us know if you want a tip. Not right now, but I might do so shortly. Oh, is it the branch of the apple on? More or less, yes. Is it that one? There we go. Oops. I have to look at that one more carefully in a moment. Oops. Right, what was it? That one. So, start straight, then we go left, right, right, left. Left, right, right, left. Does it want me to look at it from the other side? No, surely not. So what's going on here then? I mean, I suppose I could try it the other way around, but I don't see why it would be that. Well, if it was the other way around, it would be this one. Why though? Oh, wonderful. There must be a way the game thinks I could determine what the solution is, because it would be silly for it to expect me to make 3 guesses. I'm a little jealous. I'm working from home since I've been sick, but there's emails going around to my team setting up the food brought in for Cinco de Mayo. There is a way, yeah, there was a way in the previous one too. I'm gonna have to look that up. Cinco de Mayo. That rings a bell. Yearly celebration of Mexico's victory over the Second French Empire at the Battle of Puebla, which I'm probably mispronouncing, in 1862. Oh, didn't know that. Fifth of May, relatively minor holiday in Mexico, used as an excuse for Mexican food and drinking in the US. Just looking at the two trees, trying to think what it is I'm missing. I suppose, strictly speaking, I don't know that the missing clue is actually on the tree itself, but... Well, happy Cinco de Mayo anyway, even if you are stuck at home. Goodness me, what is it that I'm missing? Something to do with the path that the cable takes. Don't think so. Is there a pattern to the changes? Go back to the first one. Right, that was right, left, right. Right, right, left, right, right. Then we had left, right, right, left. Let's write these down. So, we had right, left, right, right. Then we had left, right, right, left. No obvious pattern yet. Next we had left, right, right, right. What are the panels representing? Looks like a family tree of some sort. Could be a genealogy of these trees, perhaps? So we have right, left, left, right. I must say, I was hoping that it would be something like it only ever makes one change from tree to tree or something like that. But we started with right, left, right, right, then we went to left, right, right, left, which is not a simple transformation. Unless you mean the branches of the trees themselves, which branch has an apple on, but that seems a bit... a bit obvious. Right, left, right, right, left, right, right, left, left, right, 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 left, left, right. My first impressions? Honestly, I'm not that overwhelmed. I mean, there's certainly puzzles here. I don't think it's really pulled me into a world in quite the same way that Myst and the game we just played. Quern. I don't know why that took me so long. I don't think it's really pulled me into a world to quite the same degree that Myst and Quern have. The puzzles seem a lot more abstract and just there to be puzzles as opposed to being part of a world. And I just don't find the puzzles as engaging as I did, for example, in the Talos Principle. It's very beautiful. But yeah, I don't know, it just hasn't clicked yet. I agree, Talos Principle is much better. But it is pretty, indeed. Well, I'll certainly give it a full stream to see, one full stream to see if, to give it a fair chance, see if my opinion changes at all. But I will have to have a think about whether I want to finish this game or whether I want to move on to something else. I will mention this again at the end of the stream, but next stream is going to be Monday, not Saturday, because it's Coronation weekend and I'll be seeing my grandparents over the weekend. I think I've figured out what I'm missing, or at least part of it. You can see that there's branches missing from the diagram and there's branches missing from the tree. So that would help me orient myself. Like for this one, I should have realised that that branch is missing, and so from the diagram I should have been able to look at which branch was missing there and realise, oh, it wants me to look at it this way round. The problem is, while I can use the missing branches to tell which way round I should be reading the diagram, which I think is actually this way round. Yes. This one doesn't appear to have an apple, which is a problem, so I must be missing something else. I assumed the apple must have been on a branch that got torn off, but that doesn't make sense because then that wouldn't lead to a possible solution here. Maybe for the next game I play, I should come up with some candidates and put out a poll on Twitter or something like that. Multiple solutions, how come? Sorry, I think you've lost me. That no solution is the problem. I don't see an apple, so I don't know which branch I'm supposed to be taking. Oh, sorry. When I say multiple solutions, I'm with you. I meant multiple possible solutions. That's a possible solution. That's a possible solution. That's a possible solution. Obviously, only one of them's the correct solution. Is actually a solution, the solution. But that's what I meant. I meant that because there's no... If the apple had been on a branch that's torn off, then this puzzle would have no solution because I'd have to move the beam to somewhere that doesn't exist. Like over here. This is my #1 game with Telesecond, but to each their own. Okay. Alright, so what am I missing? One of the solutions must be one of the branches which is actually there. So... It's not on the ground, is it? Like over here? Nope. I mean, I considered the possibility that it could be one of the trees that's actually grown, but there's none... There's no, like, sapling under a branch. This does match up, doesn't it? That one's missing. That one's missing. No, this isn't the right tree. That's what I was getting wrong, I think. So we can see that there's 2 branches missing on the left and 1 branch on the right. Oh, there's 4 branches missing from this one and only 3 branches missing from this one. Yeah, so that's conclusive. That's the wrong tree. We're looking for a different tree then. Surely they wouldn't have put it a long way away. What if that is the right tree? What would it imply? It would imply that it had lost one of its branches before the diagram was created. Sorry, after the diagram had been created. I said that the wrong way around. It would imply that it lost one of its branches after the diagram had been created, which would be... this one, I think? Oh, that was it. Thank you for the hint. Which would be the one with the apple, indeed. Interesting. Well, someone seemed rather interested in anatomy, didn't they? I think that's vaguely supposed to represent the connection of neurons. This is obviously looks a lot like variations on a heart, although I think some of those hearts have extra bits they're not supposed to have. Lungs. Ah, we found anything useful here? No. Oh, did find the missing apple though. That's a good point. And the missing branch. That implies that someone was here rather recently, because that doesn't show any sign of rotting. Someone must have... In fact, that hasn't even started to oxidize. I mean, if I were to take this at face value, that would imply that that apple was cut and put there probably in the last 15 minutes, which I doubt. I think even after half an hour you'd see significant yellowing. Or browning, I suppose, because it does have a yellowish flash. Even if we ignored the oxidation, that can't have been there for all that long. Ignoring oxidation, I don't think that's been there more than 2 weeks. Let's stand around and look at the apple to measure the oxidizing rate. What a fantastic suggestion. Various bonsai. I swear there must be something around here I can interact with, otherwise what's the point in coming up here? Hopefully I am actually working towards something in this game, and it's not just a sandbox where you walk around discovering things for yourself. And, you know, finding the apple here, that was the big discovery for this area. No, it's definitely the latter. The latter? You mean that it's just a big sandbox? You're walking towards something, as usual, to comment on what? As that would be spoilers. Oh, no comment on what? Yes. You know, it's funny, now I think about it, I don't know why I would so object to more of an just general exploratory game. Just somehow that feels less meaningful, but I'd still be solving the same puzzles. I say to an even obnoxious degree. Oh, sorry. It revels in its pointlessness. Sorry, I probably should have read those in order. No, it's pretty pointless. It revels in its pointlessness. I'd say to an even obnoxious degree. Interesting. Am I getting mixed messages here, or have I failed to comprehend something? Interesting. You've got to admit, that's actually a pretty creative statue idea. I'm assuming that is actually a statue and not a petrified person. Originally, the offer didn't even include a sprint function because that's not how we wanted people to take it slow. Oh, do I have to find a way to keep all of these separate? That's going to be interesting. That's going to be very interesting. Let's double check that. I'm not getting told that they're not flashing red or anything like that. I messed that message up. No worries. You certainly can try any active puzzle. That said, it's tutorial puzzles that flash to help you learn the rules. Oh, okay. So if I come across... Oops. If I come across a puzzle like this, which involves elements that I haven't yet encountered and it isn't flashing, that's... It doesn't mean that I couldn't attempt it now, but it's a good indicator that I'm... that it wasn't intended that I tackle it yet. No idea what it wants from me, unfortunately. I take it doesn't want me to create pairs. No, that doesn't really work. Interesting. I'd almost say that this island had been abandoned if it weren't for the apple. So parts of it have been abandoned, but other parts haven't, which is interesting. Is this the harbour we saw from the start? I think it is. So we began just over there. In fact, we can see where we began. Is this tutorial-y? No. That's strange. What didn't it like? What more was it expecting? Strange. Oh, that's interesting. I can solve it from either side. I still have no idea what it's looking for. I take it I still can't enter the water. Nope. That's strange. When I look in the water, the sun's peeking out of the clouds. When I look up, it isn't. I mean, I wouldn't have thought... I realised that the sun would be hitting the water and then reflecting back into my eyes, but I don't feel like the angle at which the sun's rays would be hitting the water is that far in front of me, so I wouldn't have thought it would make any difference. Strange. I get a feeling that I've wandered off into parts of the game that I'm not supposed to be reaching until later on. Perhaps we can find our way back into the other biome, the canyony area, and make some more progress over here. How's everyone in chat feeling about the game so far? Are you enjoying the stream? I'm quite enjoying it. You have a great stream to use as a background while I work. Well, glad to be of service. Yet again, I just lucked out there. I don't feel like I really understand the problem. I just tried things until it worked. That was strange. Why is it getting easier? This is getting stranger and stranger. Why do I... Oh, the other one's invisible. I only worked that out because I can't move the beam further than here, so it must be hitting the other beam. No? Ah, is it mirrored along the diagonal? Yes. So then... that? Yep. I'm hypothesizing now that when the starting nodes are in positions mirrored across the vertical axis, then that's the type of symmetry you're going to get. Is that what we see? No, we don't see that. That's exactly not what we see. Huh. Then I wonder how I'm supposed to... Oh, are they always mirrored along the diagonal? Yes. Okay, so for these types of puzzles, it's always mirrored along the diagonal, it would seem. Interesting. Okay, we got that far. Okay, this one should be soluble now. So far, so good. Okay. These are mirror images of each other. What's that trying to tell me? Are the solutions the same? That's probably what it's trying to tell me. Where did I go from there? Oh, that's not quite what I did. I did that. No. And then there was a bit of an S shape at the end. And I go back on myself. Ah, okay. That. Alrighty. So I trace the outside, then I take a big S through the center, and then I go around this way. There we go. Yes, delayed reply, but I'm enjoying it. Okay, that's the important thing. As long as people are enjoying it. Why does this have so many starts? Are those optional? Is it you can start here or here or here? In one of those four positions. That's probably what it's telling me. So it's probably only completable from one of these. And I chose the wrong one. So I worked that one out because most of them had two of the, what are they even called? I don't know what they're called. They had two of the points that we had to cross over next to them, which meant that I'd have to travel through them in a certain direction, but this one only had one, which meant that I wouldn't have to loop back here. Because if you can imagine, if this had one there and one there, I'd have to somehow come out here and cross there without going back into the where I'd come from, which I can't do. And you're doing well so far, even if I can tell it doesn't always feel that way to you. What am I doing? I'm trying to copy that, aren't I? What did I do? I sort of came out from the far left side, down, and then just followed an S shape through, I think. Nope, I've forgotten. Down, up, right. So it was just something like that? No. Wait. No, I need to reverse it. Oh no, don't make me do it again. My memory. So it's one to the left, down, all the way up, down that far, down this way, down that way? That doesn't look right. That? So go all the way down to the bottom in the centre, then one along, then straight up to the centre. So, top centre to bottom centre. That. Oh dear. I should just copy it out, shouldn't I? My memory's clearly not up to these patterns. Pencil and paper and even cool cell phone pics. Sorry, pencil and paper or even cell phone pics are not cheating. You don't necessarily need to memorize things. That doesn't look right. Oh, I see why I was having so much trouble. That's at the top there, that's at the bottom there, and I failed to notice. Oh, so they flipped it upside down as well. Okay. I should have noticed that much more quickly than I did. There we go. I think I can do this one. There we go. That was more my level of puzzle. Okay. I hope that's not some sort of cannon or rocket launcher. Or I may have just created a problem for somebody. It's a laser. Orion has cheered 50 bits. Congratulations, you have activated Deadly Laser of Death and Destruction. Prepare for destruction and... Sorry, wrong game. You've activated a laser, well done. Thank you very much for the bits. You're the first person to cheer in my chat as well. I hope that was a good thing that I just did. I'm just thinking about the angle of this. It might be just perspective, but I swear it gets shallower as it gets higher. Thing is, if it doesn't get shallower as it gets higher... I mean, what's that, about 30 degrees? No, maybe not. No, that's not 30. No, now I'm standing next to it, that looks more like 10. Why did it look like so much more when I was standing away from it? Is that just how perspective works with angles, or...? And what is this? It's a black pillar. Thank you. I was wondering. Which hums. I swear that angle looks a lot larger when I'm standing away from it. Maybe because I'm looking up at it from a distance, I don't have as good a reference point for horizontal. That's probably what it is. Anyway. Yep, so I've done something. No idea where we should be heading to next, so I guess I'll just have a wander. Ah, now that doesn't look as extreme. That does. It's as I get closer to it. But not when I'm very close. It must... The illusion of it being a bigger angle must be proportional to my angle against it, because as I get closer and my elevation goes down, the angle looks bigger. As I get further away, even if my elevation stays relatively the same, if you imagine drawing a right angle triangle from where I am to it, and then you measure the angle from where I'm standing, well, the hypotenuse would be along my line of sight here. The angle, if my elevation stays the same and I move further away, then that angle's going to tend towards 0. Anyway, I should be paying attention to the game, shouldn't I? Not wondering about optical illusions involving lasers. Lasers are part of the game, though, this is true. Also, desert bit, worst bit. Interesting. Okay. That was worthwhile, because if one of those had worked, I would have concluded that there was information in the environment which I hadn't yet found, and that would have told me which of those I was supposed to be sending the beam to. But because every single one of them failed, that suggests I've misunderstood the puzzle, and that it probably wants me to... There's something more going on here than just... It wants the beam to go to one of the possible endpoints. One of the terminators. Unfortunately, I have to go. Good luck and have fun. That's alright. Sorry you couldn't see the rest of the stream, and thank you for your wonderful company. I do appreciate it. Interesting. Ah, I can make it... I can make it down here, but I can't do anything. Presumably I have to gain access to down there. Okay. I don't think that's giving me any information. It is pretty. Despite having done what I thought was a reasonably thorough check around the area, I don't appear to have found any more information. Let me just try all of these again, just on the slim chance I made a mistake before. I don't think I did. No. Well then what else could it be? The only thing I can do is move the beam about, so far as I'm aware. And I can't go through the centre again. No. So I could go round. The only thing I can think is maybe it wants me to make a specific shape. So by going out on a specific spoke, then going round either clockwise or anti-clockwise a certain number of times, and then ending up at a particular terminator. But that only makes sense if there's something in the environment that tells me what it is I'm trying to reproduce. Well, I'm sure it's no accident that I can make it up here. Oh, there's another one of those things there then. Let's go investigate that one. Oh. Well, that's suboptimal. RIP indeed. I don't know how to restore that one. Ah, there's a cable that goes round this way, I think. And then here. Gone forever, soft locked. Good ending unachievable. Is that a joke, or are you being serious? It wouldn't be as fun if you could tell for sure if I'm being serious or not. Fair enough, we'll just have to wait and see. Let's check over here. Again. It's possible I missed something. Hello. Well, we've certainly found something here, haven't we? But I still don't think we know what's expected of us in those types of puzzles. That's the second one of these we found. I'll make a copy of it in my notes. Never know when that will turn out to be useful. Okay, we have a copy of that. Very calm water. Very, very calm actually, now I think about it. Almost no waves whatsoever. I don't think I've ever seen the ocean this calm in my entire life. I mean, look how little the water's moving at the shore. Very peculiar. I'll tell you what we should do. We should just walk the perimeter of the island. I don't know why we haven't done this already. We'll get back here shortly and we'll try to make progress with some sort of puzzle. But until then, we should take the time to just walk around the entire island so we know roughly the shape of it. And if we end up wandering from the inside of the island to the outside, then we'll know more or less where we are and how to get to anywhere else we might want to get to. And by walk the perimeter, I of course mean run. Go for a nice relaxing jog. Can I not get down? Possibly I can't yet. Or if I can, I have to go a different way. I think that's the abandoned village we saw before. There's a puzzle here. That one definitely has multiple solutions. Oh, I was hoping it was describing the shape it wanted to be a part of. Hmm. I do realise that's not a mirror image. Sorry, that's not a rotation of the shape in the bottom right. That's a mirror image of it. But because it's on the edge, I wouldn't be able to recreate that shape. The closest I could get is that. But then those two are touching. I was thinking there, this one on its side, and then this one... Oh, again, that's not quite the right shape, is it? This one on its side... What's the other way it could be? It could be this way, couldn't it? If it were here, I'd have to cut that off. And then that one's not the right shape. Of course, I'm guessing what it wants. No, I'll have to come back to that. Anyway, we were in the middle of doing a walk about the perimeter of the island, weren't we? Which is proving more difficult than I had first imagined. Seems the island's designed in a way to make that difficult. I'm gonna have to go around this big structure, aren't I? I could go in. Oh goodness. Interesting. Having a good look at their clothing. That looks like... Oh, this is all modern, isn't it?
I boasted among men that I had known you. They see your pictures in all works of mine. They come and ask me, who is he? I know not how to answer them. I say, indeed, I cannot tell. They blame me, and they go away in scorn. And you sit there, smiling. I put my tales of you into lasting songs. The secret gushes out from my heart. They come and ask me, tell me all your meanings. I know not how to answer them. I say, who knows what they mean? They smile and go away in utter scorn. And you sit there smiling. Rabindranath Tagore, 1910.
I was gonna say, that sounded to me like it was meant to be poetry. That sounded like it was about you when you were in the orchard. Indeed. Yes, I don't think it's any accident that extract ended up in the game. Obviously that's the opinion of either the team or the project lead on or probably a comment on how they perceive other people's perceptions of their work, I would guess. Possibly not. It could have been meant to be ironic. But I suspect otherwise. Okay, well at least we've managed to make it to the shore again. Oh goodness. Interesting. I think we must have made it through more than half of the island's perimeter by now, judging by the position of the laser. Interesting. Goodness. Why isn't it full of water if it just came up? Well, that's handy, isn't it? It's magic indeed. Ah, that's the desert. That must be the big castle we found. So we must be about here now. Where did we start? If that's the desert, that's the central portion. We probably began around there, and that's the section that we actually solved that led to the laser, maybe? That's my best guess. Yes, that must be the central harbour that we initially saw. So that must be the fortifications where we started. So that must be roughly where we are now, I think? So yeah, I think we've seen about half of the island's perimeter. Or is that the central harbour? Yes. Oh, we've been round almost all of it then. Interesting. Quite the mix of cultures here, isn't there? Okay, let's keep going. I've forgotten. Had we been down here? I don't think we had. No, certainly not. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, I remember being here. I think the last time we were here, I said something along the lines of, I think we may have ventured into parts of the game that we weren't supposed to see till later on, so let's head back. And this is all places we've already been. I've forgotten, did we complete everything to be done here? Or did we get stuck on any of it? Oh, we haven't done this. Another magical boat that just drains away. Or free boats, indeed. So that's about where we are now. Right, so we've seen the entire perimeter of the island. It's not actually that big. It feels larger because it forces you to take detours a lot of the time. That's an interesting shape, isn't it? I wonder if that's supposed to be some sort of hint. Probably not. Just having a look at where those cables go. Ah, there is a cable that goes back down there. So it probably is possible to reactivate it. Unless they're both supposed to be inputs. In which case, as you say, whatever was being attempted isn't possible now. Well, we'll just have to see. What could it be expecting? I mean, I don't want to just guess random things. I could make vaguely that shape. Like so. Does it want me to do something? Because I can't help but notice that this could be perceived as being a depiction of a cube. Does it want me to do something with that? Spiderweb ship steering wheel snowflake. Indeed. There must be a clue about here somewhere. That's interesting. Is that part of the solution? I reckon it is. So maybe this one had to be turned off so that I could see the solution to the first one. Or maybe not. Ah. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Hello, Yisha. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. I've got to admit, now I've figured it out. Oops. I think this is a reasonably good puzzle. Can I move its position at all? Oh, that's interesting. What's this doing? Ah! So presumably I'm supposed to conclude from that that it goes... Oops. Goes down the centre like that? Nope. Thanks, and you as well. Just got home from work. Long day. Sorry to hear that. There we go. Got there in the end. Unfortunately, the worst bit is yet to come. That's a reference to the game, of course, not Yisha's Day. That's annoying. Maybe that's why the game lets me get up high. Maybe that lets me get some angles that I wouldn't otherwise be able to get. Doesn't seem like it. So that one's straight down and that one's straight across. Ah ha ha. There we go, that one's straight across as well. That's funny, I thought it was. What angle was I at? There. Oh. Oh, okay. I misread that. This one's still not working. Perhaps I need to do that one next. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, so it's up round here then. Oh, thank goodness. This looks like an interesting game. Sadly missed first part of stream, but will for sure watch it from the start tomorrow. Soft lock cancelled. It is an interesting game. I must say, I wasn't particularly enjoying it to begin with, but I think I'm starting to get into it more now. Maybe this is... Well, how do I stop it from moving? I don't get a choice, do I? It's either moving one way or the other. Oh well. I'm surprised the desert bit of Orbit's changed your opinion. Well, I mean, I still haven't done all of it, but honestly it seemed like the most straightforwardly logical puzzle in the end. That's not fair. It's not that there isn't logic to the other puzzles, but... It required thinking about the environment more, I suppose, is what I'm getting at. I'm assuming at some point the glare becomes visible. There's no logic to these at all. It's just walk around until you find the right spot. Well, once you know the solution, but... but it's getting to the solution to begin with. But I do take your point. Once we'd solved that one... the solution to the other ones became obvious. Are you enjoying the environmental aspect in some of the puzzles? Am I enjoying the environmental aspect in some of the puzzles? Yeah, I suppose so. It's still early days. There we go. That was nearly it. Like the one with the trees and the apples. Well, now I understand it. I appreciate it a lot more, but I must admit I did get stuck on that a while. We'll see. We'll see how my opinion develops. I didn't get stuck on the trees at all. I'm a clever treesman. Well, congratulations. I must admit, this is getting a bit annoying now. So it doesn't... It goes through the centre, but neither of those two. So it's coming from one of the three at the top, presumably. Or it could be the middle one. Hello, Pengy. It's going alright. I'm not sure when you saw up to, but I've made some progress in the desert. The trick is to catch the glare on the... That's not a very good example. This is a better example, although it's already solved, so you can't see. Yeah. If you get the glare at the right angle, you can see which way the line's coming from. This one's just a really awkward one. Actually, I probably should have asked, have you played through this game before, Pengy? I've got a feeling... This is one that you said you'd played before, didn't you? Yep, all puzzles. Good job. There must be a better angle that I'm supposed to look at it from. To be honest, there's only 4 possibilities. I could brute force it if I had to. Since I know the line comes down from the middle to the bottom one, that only leaves 4 origin points for the beam. And I know it doesn't travel through either of those two. So know the mechanics pretty well, just like to see the thought process of finding it out when you play it. This looks like it could be a productive angle. And yet, no luck yet. We'll try moving it to the other extreme. If we still haven't seen it, then I may just brute force it, since, as I say, there's only 4 possibilities. Since I can't seem to stop this panel from moving once it's started, it would be nice if the solution could be seen from its other extreme. That is the one it's moving towards now. It's all the way... Yeah, I can only see from the bottom. That's the problem. I can just about make out that no line goes through there or along that edge, but it does come down here and not on this side. But I can't make out what's at the top, and there's no way I can get low enough to do that. Oh well. Brute force, I guess. Nope. Probably would have been wise if I had made a note of these. Do I have to... Oh, I don't need to because I can see them, can't I? Do I have to do all of them again? Looks like it. Which is fair enough. It is possible to see it. Okay. Right, hopefully that's done it. Oh. Oh, it was this one, wasn't it? I forgot. This was the previous one. There we go. The only other thing I can think is this point up here. Because it's close enough that we might be able to see the glare. Although I suppose really proximity has little to do with whether you can see the glare or not. You could potentially see the glare from miles away. It's more that if we're close up, then it's easier to adjust our position and have it make a big difference. I think it's only the last you need to redo. Yes. Again, I can only see the bottom. Let's try up top again, because I said before how it seems like they wouldn't have put this area into the game if we weren't supposed to use it. Oh, there we go. I see. Just the few other times I've come up here, I suppose I just didn't have the monitor at quite the right angle. So if I saw correctly... There we go. It was that. There we go. Progress. Wonderful. Now it's just a short class, so timing is critical too. Yeah, I think that's what I must have got wrong. That's a little annoying. Unless they're supposed to be mirror images. I don't think they can be, because I never actually see... In fact, I know they can't be. Because both of these go through the centre. And you can only go through the centre once. That's interesting. How am I supposed to deduce it then? Because to state the obvious, I can't move the sun. And I can't move the building. If possibly I could collapse part of the building? You can see that bit structurally reinforced. What does this do? Oh, that helps. Maybe if you wait long enough, the sun will move on its own. If this was real life, that would be a perfectly legitimate strategy. Unfortunately, I get the impression that the sun doesn't do much moving in this game. Oh, no idea what that does. There we go. That's what we were hoping for. So it's there. Wonderful. Thank you, Pengy. Witness confirmed to be the opposite of Outer Wilds. I don't think I'm familiar with the Outer Wilds. So we know it comes from down there. Actually, I think... yes. By the process of elimination, I think we do know where it goes. Because it goes up here, but then doesn't reappear over here, so it must be going up top. And similarly, it goes down here, but then doesn't come out down there, so it must be going through the centre. Must be that. Oh. It wasn't. How did I go wrong? So it goes down there, but as I say, it doesn't come up there, so surely it must be going up the centre. We can see it comes along there, and then goes up there. Oh, okay, I didn't get the angle right there. So it does go that way. It's that. This is different. How do I manipulate this? Okay, presumably this is the same style of puzzle, even if it looks different. Ah. Okay. So that's part of the solution. I'm going to draw some of this out so I don't forget, I think. Yeah, up on TV while I cook some dinner. Won't be able to chat for a bit though. No worries. Goodness, imagine me on TV. Right, some of it I've had to guess. But it's probably something like... Wait. There. Oh, goodness. Got there in the end. I never did find out what that does. Since it doesn't seem to cause any cables to glow. Interesting. Okay, that was telling me the solution to that one then. Did I make a mistake? Okay, that one must be different then. So we can see one there. I've no particular reason to believe that one corresponds to that one though. You'd have thought it would be that one. I do notice there's this artifact here, and there's another one down there which is in a slightly different position. I could try the mirror image, but I've no particular reason to believe that would be the solution. No. There's also the one over here that I can see. Oh. That can't be it because I can't begin it in the right position. One last check. I didn't... That is what I've been doing all along, and it's definitely not that one. I suppose it could be this one. I don't see why it would be, though. So, starts there, comes out the top. In the... Going clockwise from the top, the third, sixth is missing. If we were to think of this as a hexagon. Can't be that one because we can't start it there. Could it be... It's the mirror image. You can see that now. Somehow I filled that one in and didn't even notice. Alright, fair enough. So is that this? I thought that should be right. Are there any other transformations I've missed? It's not mirroring left to right. It just seems to be mirroring from top to bottom. Oh, so I should be going underneath. It should be that. Okay. Yep, that's just me being foolish. What's for dinner, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? Obviously, no need to answer immediately if you're in the middle of preparing something. Right, so that's going to start at the 180-degree point, then it's going to go up diagonally to the left. Then it's just down and round to get to the bottom. So it's something like that. Oh, you can even see it filling in on the bottom displays. That's handy. So we start here, we go round. Which one was missing? That one. So I think that corresponds to that one. Excellent. Does that cable just stop in midair? That cable just stops in midair. That's very peculiar. Okay, so we start on the top, we work our way around anti-clockwise until we've been round half of the hexagon, then we go to the centre, back out, and then carry on round. Double check. We start at the top. That. Whew, got there in the end. Goodness me. This is it, the worst bit. It's here. Oh, I see. I don't seem to be able to get a good angle here. Can I do it from a very long way away? I can. So, I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing the mirror image here or not. Oh, I didn't like that. So... I suppose the next thing to try will be that. Okay, it does want the mirror image. So what's the mirror image of this gonna be? Good thing I copied that out ahead of time. That wasn't too useful. Am I repeatedly flooding and unflooding this old ruin? Because I can't imagine that's going to do it any favours whatsoever. about back here? This might be a good angle to try. Nothing yet. There we go. Only problem is I didn't see which end that originated from. I could see the path, I just couldn't tell which end was the source and which end was the sink. Ah, I think that ends the source. So if I were looking at it face on, that would be my right hand side. And now if we invert it, got there in the end. Does this one not have a corresponding? No, it doesn't seem to have a corresponding panel. Not that I can see, anyway. Does it move? Yes. Ah. Oh, it's the reflections I'm seeing. Oh, that makes so much more sense. I saw some of the solution there. That's very clean water then, or at least very clear. I'm guessing the water needs to be drained then for me to interact with that one. So what would it be? It's going to be the mirror image, of course. So I've got part of that. I think that's the source. Yes, pretty sure I've seen that correctly. Let's bring it back up. Whoop. There we go, there we go. Excellent. Now where's that gone now? I can't tell. Is this one we need to complete? Probably, but it doesn't have power yet. Ooh. Interesting. Where does it go after the one we just did? Does that just go to a light? No. I can't tell where that's supposed to go next. Is this interactable? It is. Oh, maybe this is what I'm supposed to do next. Maybe turning that light on means that I can now solve this? That's probably it. All those angles, indeed. There we go, that's part of it. Not all of it, though. I don't suppose this game also has a VR version, does it? Don't think so. Don't think so. That would be interesting, but not sure it would even work. Interesting. What, if it's not too spoilery, what parts of it do you think might break? I think I'm out of luck. I think I probably have to guess the rest. No, that's not right. It's that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is an angle where I can see all of it from. I'm thinking, for example, where the angles here needs to be perfect, so the height of the character is important. True, but you can always kneel, and you can adjust your height in VR if you need to. That said, as long as you make it so that there will always be a point where the angle will be correct for anyone who's anywhere from, say, 1 foot tall to 8 foot tall, then you're sorted. And given the changing depth of the water here, that's probably not that difficult. Can't for the life of me get a better angle. But without that, I lack important information. I don't suppose I can get a glare off this, can I? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it might give angles that were not intentional if you have too much movement. Like if you could jump on the rotating puzzle just above the ground here. The rotating puzzle just above the ground here. The one where you needed to go up on the scaffolding. Oh yes, that's true. Honestly, I think that would have improved it though. I feel it would have been more entertaining if you'd been able to just find the right angle to move your head to. As opposed to having to deal with the rotating panel. The rotation of the panel, I should say. Haven't I tried every possibility now? I can't go back, can I? I could go back. I think I'd have spotted if it did that, though. Like the fortress where you started. Oh, sorry, I skipped a bit. Yeah, there will definitely be puzzles where that could be used even as part of the puzzle. Is this the first area you were doing, by the way, except for the start? Like the fortress where you started? I think this is the first area I've made any substantial progress in. I also managed to... Starting from the fort, if you follow the path out, you end up at a building, and then if you take a left from there, you end up going into a little canyon area. Like there's a rocky area which gets very narrow, and then you open out and you're by the sea, and there's a building over there, and you can complete a puzzle to get access to a boat. Well, if you carry on round the coast from there, you end up fairly quickly at a little peninsula that comes off, which has a bunch of puzzles on. I did all that and managed to activate the laser. That's about it. Oh, and the orchard, that's true. I keep getting this wrong. I think one of my assumptions about the state of the panel in the areas off screen must be wrong. But then that raises the obvious question. Given where the shadows are, how do I see more of it? Can I move the light at all? Is that a thing that's possible? Sadly not. Thank you. Would be much easier with a flashlight. Yes, I was thinking the exact same thing. Surely I'm missing something. There must be something I'm missing here that makes this easier. I refuse to believe I'm just supposed to guess what's covered by the shadow. When finding all clues, this game doesn't really have any or very little guessing for what I remember. That's good to know. I don't recall a situation where you had to guess either, but it does help. That's so curious. That implies there is an angle where I'm supposed to be able to see more of this. What about over here? I seem to be losing view of it quite quickly here. I told you you're in the worst bit. Indeed you did. I don't object to the premise of this puzzle, the looking at the reflections of the glare. I'm just struggling on this particular one. I do, I object to it, all possible ways conceivable. Fair enough. Is there another light? Is that what I'm missing? Is there something else I'm supposed to be interacting with first? If so, where is it? Would breaking this help? No, doesn't seem like it. Wait, what happens if I just give a wrong answer? Nothing. Don't actually remember how to see that part. No worries. That's what I'm here for, solving the puzzles. Although I am increasingly starting to think that it isn't as simple as standing on the right spot. I mean, I probably haven't checked it from every conceivable spot, but I've checked it from a lot. It doesn't move, does it? Doesn't seem like it. I think I have an idea, but not sure. See, because of the lights that are shining on it, I don't think standing at a different point is going to give me substantially different glare, but specifically due to the shadows. There's objects in the way. Yes, this pillar and this pillar. That's what's limiting my view. So either I need to use a different light, or the light needs to move, or I need to do something about the pillars. Which sounds challenging. Yeah, tear down the pillars. I wish I could. Where are the lights? There's one light. I don't think that's aimed in the right direction. There's another light there. That's not absolutely impossible. Unlikely, but not absolutely impossible. Because I think it is quite omnidirectional. Oh, but then again, it would have to make it through there, which it probably can. Yeah. No luck there. What light is shining there? Oh, is it that one? Okay then, I think I need a hint. What was your idea then, Pengy? I was just thinking if you shouldn't look at the reflection of the puzzle but wait for the glare from the light reflection puzzle path instead. That's possible. I'd still have to be standing at the right angle though, which we don't know. I'd probably want to be a bit off to the side, I would guess. Let's see if at any point we see any light shining on it that isn't already. My hint is to abandon this area and go play better areas instead. Yeah, I think that would be closer to the puzzle then. But I have no clue, to be honest. I don't remember this puzzle at all. I suppose, strictly speaking, it could do something like that and I wouldn't know. That's the bit I do know, and then we're into a mystery bit. Nope. I remember the... Oh. I remember the room and the puzzles, but no angles. But I do remember the solution. It's been ingrained into my memory due to how bad it is. I remember the solution too for a while, but not exactly. I could probably guess the solution based on what I've seen so far and remember though. What if I'm right next to it? Might be totally wrong with that thought, by the way. I take it no light gets in from above, does it? Don't think so, no. What is causing those reflections? Is that just a pool of water? Because that pool of water should be over our head. Just trying to think what on earth it could be that I'm missing. Because there's only so many ways I can interact with the world. I can't abuse its own light in any way, can I? No, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, here we go. Apparently I missed that. Thank you. Could have sworn I tried something like that though. That makes me think I must have got the initial bit slightly wrong. It's not clever or logical or interesting, it's just find the right pixel to stand on. Yeah, there's still a bit I don't have. information on, though. This bit. Ah. Well, that was careless of me. I could have sworn I tried that before, but apparently not. Few indeed. Okay. Oh, I see. I'm getting different parts of it, aren't I? Because of the curved nature of the display. So the bit at the bottom looks like that. And the bit at the top looks like that. How do those match up? However, apparently all the glares angles are mathematically calculated to make physical sense. So I've been told. I've seen at least one person be able to use that to their advantage to quickly solve these. Would surprise me if that isn't true, though. Yes. I mean, I was trying to place myself in specific positions relative to the lights based on where the glare should be as well, but obviously I wasn't very successful. Okay, I think I see the shape that is. Bit of an odd shape, but that doesn't quite make sense. They don't match up exactly. Oh, I see. No, I don't. Those don't seem to match up. I feel like I'm missing a bit. Oh, I can see I'm missing a bit. That's frustrating. Well, I can draw the bit that I can see accurately, and then I can worry about the rest later. Ah. Oh, I see. That goes there. I still don't know how that connects up, though. There's a little bit that I'm missing. Alright, so that goes up, that goes up. Well, there's only one way that could really work. And that goes out. Okay, I think I've got it all. Not that that's the one we're doing right now. Okay. Ah, that's straightforward enough. Right, how far does that extend? That extends 3. Then goes down. Then straight, then down. Good. That's odd. What's that doing there? Is this another one? It is. Oh, goodness. Okay. Alright. That's easy enough. Right, that's that. This is the last one that we... This is the last one, and it's one that we don't have. Right, I don't think that's a source. So that must be where it's going. Oh dear, we're on the search again. Well, we know it doesn't go through any of there. Do we know where it starts? No. Can I get an image of it in this one? Yes, but not a glare. What about over here? Nope, I think I'm probably out of luck. Can this one be moved? Yes, it's got a panel on the back. I reckon after we've solved some more of these, we gain the ability to rotate it. Hold on, let me double check. Which one was this? Because I've got several of them, yeah, recorded in front of me. So let me see. I'm dealing with a reflection, which also happens to be... which also happens to be the other side of this. That's what I meant to do. Good. Wonderful. Right, up you go. Whether I want it up or not, I'm not sure. Oh, that's easy enough. Make it harder, indeed. It wasn't hard enough already. I demand Mr. Blow make my puzzles more difficult. Oh, this is the first one I did, didn't I? And I think I got part of it wrong, actually. I didn't record that corner correctly. Hopefully I got the rest more or less right. Oh no, wait. Because I was looking at the reflection before. Hold on. Yes, I definitely got that slightly wrong. Not far wrong, I don't think, though. No, that was the only mistake I made, it was that corner. Oh, interesting. There's at least one more. Oh, of course, this one. I haven't done this one yet. This was just... Wait, which side did it start on? This side, I think, after mirroring and transforming and what have you. Wonderful. Up and away. Oh, that's interesting. Could I have reached that from another side? I may have to go back down and investigate that. Ooh. Thank you, Pengy. Wait, have I just revealed another laser? Whatever I'm doing here seems very dubious. Now, some people would say if you're fiddling with buttons in the way that Dee Dee does from Dexter's Laboratory, and you start producing laser cannons, that's an indicator that you should stop. I don't think we are going to stop, though. Pew, indeed. We should have a closer look at where that goes in a second. But first of all, I want to investigate that other door. Totally not dangerous with the laser cannons that bright. It'll be fine. As long as it doesn't go to anybody's eyes. Forest starts burning or something. Yeah. This is curious, isn't it? It suggests there was another way I could have made my way in here. I don't see any way to interact with that. I've got a feeling I may know how to get there to the other side though. So we could have a look. Earlier on, when I was just exploring, I made my way down onto the beach over here. And I've got a feeling there was a corridor that went towards where we just were. Ah, there was a door. Yeah, I reckon that whatever it was on the other side of this. The thing is, I couldn't figure out what this was on about. With these different shapes here. I mean, if it just wanted me to travel through every single hexagon, that would be easy. But it's got these different shapes here and I have no idea what they mean. I don't suppose it wants me to put them in little boxes equal to the number of squares. Maybe it wants you to draw a kitten. Maybe. That can't be right, I don't think, if it wants me... Oh no, that could be right. Not the kitten thing. I'm thinking about... Yeah, I can make 4 like that and still go through every point. How would I do 2? Probably something like that. No, that's a lot more than 2. With difficulty may be the answer. With extreme difficulty. How on earth would I do 2 in the middle of somewhere like this? I think I'd have to go up against an edge, would I not? I'd have to do something like that, but without having blocked myself off. Ah, that, maybe. But then I'm gonna have trouble going through here, aren't I? I suppose I'd have to go around this way, but then I can't make that too. If I'm right, then that's the only way to make 1. So I don't think I've made a mistake up to that point. But then this bit gets a lot more interesting. Now that would have to be like that. There's no other way that could be done. Does that mean I'd made a mistake long before that point? Maybe. What happens if I just do that? That. But then I can't go there. That? Then go around this way? Then go around there. Not quite. Close. But, no cigar, as they say. I may have to go back for that bit later. Oh wait, but that interpretation falls down here. How could I possibly have 1 on its own there? Just in the middle. There's no way I could line it all up. I like the kitten idea. I think my interpretation must be wrong. I'll have to come back to that later. Interesting that there might be another way into that area, though. Let's have a quick look at where that laser was off to. I know one of them appeared to be going off to a mountain. But this one's clearly going off to a different point. There's the abandoned village. Okay, this just goes out to sea. Yep. It is. It's... No, it's not. Is it curving? Is it arcing? Or is that just what perspective would make me think? Because if it was, say, 5 meters above my head, I'd see that as being high in the air. If it was 5 meters above sea level, all the way over there, it wouldn't look very far... It wouldn't look very high at all. It would seem to... As the further out it goes, the more its position would appear as though it were tending towards the horizon. So maybe it isn't arcing back down. Maybe that's just how you'd perceive a perfectly straight laser. I'm not sure. Oh, did that boat go away? I would guess there's a limit how far you can see it. Pretty sure it is straight. Flat earthers were right all along. Yeah. It's a good point because it was angled up when we were at the other end, wasn't it? So it should be getting higher and higher and higher. And in fact, even if it were exactly horizontal, then it would still, if it were a perfectly straight laser, ignoring atmospheric effects, it would seem to rise over time due to the curvature of the Earth. It would be getting further from the Earth's surface. So again, ignoring atmospheric effects, the only way that really makes sense is if it were angled slightly downwards, which I don't think it was. Right, so we started in the fort that was over here. Then I assume that's the reflections we're seeing there, which we've completed. So far as I'm aware anyway, we got the laser. And now we've done the desert area. So there's, oh goodness me, at least 10 more areas to look at, is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. Yeah, I think so. We've done that, we've done that, we've done that. We've done 3, we've done 4 of them. We've done the orchard as well. I think there's 14 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, 15. So 11 more to go. But also the ground would be the thing that drops. The laser would be straight. Ah, yes, I see what you mean. I was referring to the fact that the laser appears to be dropping. And I was trying to figure out if that was just how you'd perceive it. Because I was using the logic that if it was exactly horizontal, then, and it was 5 meters above my head here, then it would look very high up. But if it were 5 meters above sea level miles and miles out to sea, then that wouldn't look very high because it's far away, so the distance would be compressed in terms of my vision. But that doesn't work if the ground is going to drop away, as you say. So I'm not sure if we would see that sort of curvature to a laser that was firing out to sea. I don't really know, obviously. It just strikes me as looking a bit odd, and I'm wondering if it's correct or not. Yeah, I would guess it is just rendered just a bit out, so it wouldn't reach the horizon in the rendering. Yeah, but as we say, it probably shouldn't reach the horizon. It should probably just keep on... So I suppose the question is, there's going to be a rate at which its apparent height seems to diminish with distance, because that's how sight works. Things that are far away look smaller. But there's also going to be a rate at which it... a perfectly horizontal laser, and we don't know this is perfectly horizontal, would start to move further and further away from the ground or sea level due to the curvature of the Earth. And I suppose the question is, which one of those would win out over the range at which a human can see? It probably would be the apparent visual compression of distance, of height, I would guess. So that probably is right. I think it has an end coordinate that is like 200 meters out. If they're only rendering it at 200 meters, then I'm very dubious that you'd see that much curvature. It's possible, I suppose. Hold on, what happens if I'm exactly underneath it? Because I'm looking at it at quite an angle currently. Does it look more sensible if it's directly above my head? Yes, actually. It still looks like it's coming down though. Anyway, thank you for joining me, everyone. Looking at the time, I should probably stop there for tonight. So, tomorrow's stream, Saturday, won't be going ahead because it's coronation weekend and I'll be seeing my grandparents. Monday is going ahead, so that'll be the next stream. I'll be doing more of The Witness. The next stream after that will be next Friday, and as far as I'm aware, not this Saturday, but the Saturday afterwards will be going ahead as usual. I don't see why it wouldn't. Anything else? Don't think so. Should probably check if there's anybody I should be raiding. Don't think so. Yeah, thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And good night.